Good evening, and welcome to a Disney Lego stream. On tonight's episode, we're going to celebrate four of Disney's leading ladies. I have the two Disney flower pots and also the two little dancer sets they did. Let's go over to the camera and I'll show you what we got for tonight. So, as you can see, I'll be doing four Lego Disney sets tonight. Each of these sets celebrates a different Disney leading lady. We have the dancing Ariel and Rapunzel. We'll be doing those first because those are smaller sets. They'll be quick builds. And then the most of tonight is going to be focused on the two flower pots. We're actually going to be doing these Disney ladies in the order that they were introduced into the Disney canon. So we'll be doing Ariel first, and then Rapunzel, and then Moana, and then we'll finish with Isabela, who it's very fitting that she got her own flower pot because she's the one in Encanto who can actually make flowers. So let's go ahead and get things started. Oh, and I don't think any of these sets has a brick separator, so I went ahead and pulled out the one I used last time. I went ahead and held on to it so we can use it tonight. I'll go ahead and take the flower pots aside and we'll get started with the two dancers, starting with Ariel. So you can see there's this little key on the side, and when we turn it, she's supposed to spin around. You can see kind of that gemstone dress rather than the regular mini doll dresses. These are a bigger gemstone. It's meant to be like a capsule, and you can put the top half of the figure inside the gemstone along with the umbrella top. You can close it up and you can have a little gemstone. Back of the box, you can see how the figure is meant to go in there. And you can also see it comes with her pet flounder. All of these sets come with a pet, except Isabela doesn't really have a pet in the movie, so they gave her one of the standard Encanto butterflies. But Ariel's going to come with flounder, Pascal's in the Rapunzel set, and Pua's in the Moana set. So you saw the back of the box, you saw the front of the box. There's a lot to build tonight, especially when we get to the flower pots. So let's get right into this first build. Oh, no numbered bags. The set is less than 100 pieces, so it doesn't do numbered bags. And we should expect the same from Rapunzel. Here's the instruction booklet. You know we don't need that. I'm going to set the box aside. We're just going to dump out all the parts and prepare to build, since there's no numbered bags here. This bag does have about 3 times the piece count of an average poly bag, but it's still pretty small. We'll breeze through the two dancers, I think. I've had these in my build queue for over a month. It's just every time I want to do the stream, I've had a setback. And so I finally had an opportunity to do these tonight. So now this is saying there is numbered bags. Are we in the Ariel? There are no numbers on these bags. Well, it's less than 100 pieces. So even if this was meant to be numbered bags, it's not going to be hard to find what we need in the parts pile. So this is starting with showing us how to build the figure, the mini doll. The Friends and Disney Princess style figures are called mini dolls. They're more, their shapes are more human accurate than the actual minifigures. I'm not sure why the hairpiece, I'm having trouble with it. Oh, I wasn't aligning it correctly. I do like that hairpiece for her. So this is our Ariel mini doll. And this is showing us that she's supposed to hold a, well, that's a fork, but in the movie it's called a dingle hopper. And that's how I'm going to refer to it for at least the rest of this stream. Oh, and looks like dingle hoppers qualify as a piece that gets spare bits. If she didn't have to hold this umbrella, I would give her double dingle hoppers. But no, the one is good enough. And then we gotta find the little post for the umbrella. There it is. Did I say umbrella? I think in this context it's actually meant to be a parasol, but they're kind of the same thing. They just have different names depending on what the weather is you're trying to shield from. So there's Ariel with all her accessories. And there's also this little cute little flounder figure, which I'll seat him in the front with her. And let's go ahead and start the build. We actually started building before the 10-minute mark, which is pretty good for me on a Lego night. Often I talk long when I start a Lego stream. I do still have quite a bit of a build queue sitting under my desk here, which is good because my budget collapsed and I haven't been able to add to the queue. So I've been trying to conserve what I've got, but there is one specific Star Wars set that I plan to do on a very specific day in July, which is a significant Star Wars related anniversary for me personally. So we'll see if I can get that set into the budget in time. Oh, I forgot to put the instructions up. Excuse me. There we go. Sorry about that. That happens sometimes when I'm starting a build, but at least I caught it. The mold marks on these round bricks are on the one are noticeable, so I'll try my best to position them towards the inside. Yeah, some Lego pieces have noticeable mold marks. So we have a total piece count tonight of around 13 to 1400. And most of that's in the flower pots. The two dancers are less than 100 pieces each. Okay, so we get a little crown accessory sitting on one side of the box, and it has flounder sitting on the jumper here. I'll go ahead and build it with flounder in his position. Depending on how easily removable he is or not, we may let him sit with Ariel when we do all the figures in the front as we go through the evening. So the idea behind the two twirling sets is that the princess dances on top of the set as you turn the key. As for these gemstone style capsule dresses, it's these two sets, and there was a couple other sets that utilized them. I think there's like 6 or 7 princesses total that got that treatment. I know Tiana was one of them, and in one of the bigger sets that had 3 princesses in it. I do not remember which set that was or who the other princesses are in that set. But I know Tiana has a version. I just don't have her. I don't have Tiana in any version yet. Oh, I just realized these are the kitty style instructions that show you each individual piece as opposed to showing one of the piece with a number next to it at the piece count at the top. Old timey Lego, they didn't even have that. You just had to play spot the difference on each page. Okay, so now it looks like we're going to build the mechanism. The mechanism appears to be built around these simple turntable bits. And then it looks like we build a little bit of a gear mechanism going on here. That'll connect the key at the side with the spinner at the top. So the gear will go onto the side turntable like that. And now it looks like we're setting up another gear. That's going to go on top. And so if you... I didn't have that pushed on all the way. That's why it popped off. You want to make sure, especially when doing mechanisms, that everything's snapped in. So when you turn the gear on the side, the gear on the top will turn like that. Very simple mechanism, but it's satisfying and it works. And this will go inside the assembly like that. And then we have another set of these round bricks. Yeah, I don't think Flounder will be easily removable once we have this all put together. So he'll probably just have to stay as part of the build. We've now sealed in the mechanism. Until we add the key, we won't be able to turn it easily. Now we're closing in the top, and then we'll have a nice little uh, box to play with shortly. I'm not sure what the clip is for over there. But yeah, the top of the box smooths in nicely like that. And now we have to make 4 copies of this little coral accessory. And they just go along to finish up the decoration along the sides. So there's Flounder peeking out of his little hole there. And oh, I just accidentally popped Flounder out. So taking him out is going to be easy. Taking Flounder out is going to be easy. The question is putting him back in. I can just barely wedge him in. But to make him straight, in trying to make him straight, I accidentally popped him out again. Yeah, this little Flounder feature was not designed for bigger fingers. I will say that. So there's Flounder in his little spot there. And then on this side, there's a jeweled crown. And then we put the big turntable on top. Oh, so the clip on the side is meant to hold the key when you're not using it. Like that. But we need the key. We need to put the key in the hole to make the mechanism work. So, well, the idea is you put Ariel on top, like this, on top of her little platform, and then you stick the key into the hole on the side right there, and then you turn the key, and Ariel dances like that. That's pretty cool. Simple little build. A bit on the kitty side of things. Shayna would probably love this one. Alright, but you know the drill. We have other builds to do. So she gets to come off the platform, and we will set Ariel's platform. And one last look at Flounder, because I'm not going to bother with taking him out of his little spot there. He looks comfortable. I'll set that aside, and we will move on to the Rapunzel set here. Where did I put the Rapunzel? Right here. A bit of a beat up box, because this one's actually retired and I had to get it off of eBay. The others are all still current sets, currently available from Lego, Target, Walmart. But this one was retired and I had to get it from eBay. What's funny is they released Rapunzel, and she was the only dancer. And at the same time they released Rapunzel, actually she came a little bit after the other gemstone princesses. Like I said, I forget what set that was. But they released Rapunzel and then retired Rapunzel at the same time they released Ariel. So maybe we'll see some more of these spinner boxes. Maybe we won't. I'm not sure. There's the front of the box. And there is the back of the box. And you can see, like Flounder, Pascal's got a little spot inside the build. And you can also see she does the same thing with her dress, where you can take the upper part of the figure and put it inside and make a little gem capsule. Alright, where's the push tab? There it is. Let's get right into Rapunzel's build. I'm expecting this build is going to probably be pretty similar. Again, no numbered bags here. Instruction book. I forgot to have some water before I started streaming. So when we finish Rapunzel, before we get into the big flower pots, I'll probably take the first break, even though we'll be at under the hour mark at that point. Okay, that's all set. Okay, so like the last set, we're going to start with building the figure. And I will say, in person, the bottom part of the dress doesn't really match the top part of the dress. It's more of a bluish than that purplish that was shown on the box. Or at least that's the way the light is hitting it in this room. It's still a very pretty color. It just doesn't match the rest of the figure the same way that Ariel... Well, Ariel's kind of matches. It's a darker pink against a lighter pink. This is like a indigo blue against straight purple. So, still pretty colors. It just doesn't color match as well as the picture in the manual will suggest. But here's the Rapunzel figure. Oh, and looks like she gets flowers in the hair. That's probably a reference to the scene where they go to the festival in the village. They had to tie her hair up into a manageable way. So they kind of gave her like, so she did her hair with like braids and flowers through it. And that's probably what this picture is referencing here. So flowers in the hair. And we need to give her the parasol. There's really not a lot of clearance with the parasol against the hairpiece on these two figures. Kids might have a little frustration with that. So there's Rapunzel. And we have here Pascal, her little chameleon pet. Let's start building. So this one's going to be a pretty similar structure. Obviously the detailing is going to be different. They have different settings. Okay, it looks like this one is going to have us build the mechanism right on and to the assembly and build around it. The other one had us build the beginning of the shell, then the assembly, then the top of the assembly. I mean, the top of the shell around. But it looks like this set is going to have us build as we go. I do like this lavender color that we're using. It's a nice contrast to the darker regular purple that we've got going on here. We've got actually two different shades of light purple going on here. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, that's the purpose of that little window piece. I didn't even realize. Okay. So this looks like it's based around the color scheme of the Rapunzel's iconic tower. Or maybe it's the village, I'm not sure. It's been a couple of years since I've seen this movie. I do particularly like Rapunzel and Tiana because when we went to Disney World, um, they're the two princesses that I personally took Shayna to see. Shayna met other characters too, but I wasn't with her for all her character meets. Just when we went to see Rapunzel and Tiana. There's a lot of sets out there in the Disney Princess line that combine multiple princesses in a thematic adventure. So I'm going to try and get a few of those in the coming months. But I have other Lego priorities first. So yeah, there's the first gear of the assembly. That's where we're going to turn the key. And now we're going to, looks like, set up the second gear. So it looks like we need to make two windows here. Yeah. In terms of time, this will probably be the earliest into stream that will be reaching a breaking point. We just passed the half-hour mark of stream, and we're almost done with Rapunzel's build. So this has us close off that side before we even put the second gear in. So interesting how the instructions differ between the two sets. But I don't think I need to demonstrate the mechanism again anyway internally, because you saw it on the first set we did. So there's the key clip. Okay, so it looks like on this set, Pascal's spot isn't actually going to be studded. So you just have to sit him in there. Unless I'm missing something. But I don't think I am. I do say both color schemes are pretty, but I think the Ariel's color scheme is just a tad prettier. It's close though. It's very comparable. Disney princess stuff is always bright and colorful, so. Okay, so the gears are now connected, but oh, who am I kidding? I can still, you put the key in, and then you turn the key, and then that top gear spins. This set has you build it as you go along. That's why you don't build the whole mechanism at first, like you did on the other set. But they work the same way. They're exactly the same. And so we get some of these flower decorations this time. And these just go on the windowed sides. Interesting assortment of sets there. But yeah, this shows so I think Pascal's meant to sit in that little alcove there, but just tiled. There's no stud. So let's see if I can get the full effect going. You slide him in like that, and he sits down there. Meanwhile, you put Rapunzel up here on the dancing platform, and then you turn this key in the back, and she spins and dances just like Ariel does. So that's what it looks like. And then you can take her out and stand. Alright, we're at the 35-minute mark if you don't count the 2-minute splash screen. So let me go ahead and tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make static displays here. We want Flounder and Pascal will be sticking out of their, will be peeking out of their bases. Like this. I will turn the instructions off momentarily, and I gotta give you something nice to look at while I am on my quick bio break. So we'll put Rapunzel up on her display. Ariel will go up on her display like this, with her pets sitting under them. And then we will brick separator. And then preview of coming attractions behind them. When I come back from break, we're going to start with Moana's flower pot, and then we'll finish the evening with Isabela. I have a feeling each of them is going to take a couple hours. So we'll do Moana and Isabela when we come back from the break. See you in a few minutes. Okay, let's get right back into it. Isabela needs to get set aside. Let me set these aside. Moana can stay out because we're doing her next. And we just have to get organized. You know my tradition of letting all the characters for the night watch the builds. So we're not going to worry about the two pets though. Actually, They're just going to keep falling off. We could. Pets are a big part of Disney princess cliches. We can do the pets. Now the two flower pots do have sticker sheets. I don't think straight non-branded Lego Botanical sets do stickers, but I do know that the two Disney flower pots do. Let's see. Idea for the parasols. I can actually have them put behind so you can actually see their heads a little bit better. Normally, with the regular figures, I just have them sit. Obviously, with the gem dresses, these two don't sit. But they have nice wide bases, and they're not going to be falling over anytime soon. So we still have the brick separator. We will. If I was wrong about the flower pots and they do have separators, we'll just set those aside because we've already got one out. But I don't think they have them. So here's the front of the box. You can see Moana has her pig Pua and a little boat and the flower pot. And then on the back of the box, you can see the flower pot opens up and there's a little bit of scenery inside showing, is that part of Moana's village maybe? The secret boat cave maybe? But yeah, so there's the back of the box. Alright. Let's get right into it. We're at the 45-minute mark of stream now, and that includes the 2-minute splash screen before I start talking and the first bio break. So far we're making decent time. But these two sets are a lot more bigger and substantial than the first two we did tonight. So I'm expecting we'll be here for a little while. At least a few more hours. So here's the instruction book. Here's the sticker sheet. It looks like there's 14 stickers, so not too terrible. There is one circle sticker here, though. That one's going to be a trip. These bags are numbered, so let me see if I can make sense of these bags here. There's 6. 5 is a tiny bag. 4. 3. 2. 1 will stay in front of us. Did I show you the sticker sheet? And let's get the instructions up. And let's adjust it over a little bit. And we are good to go. So we're going to start bag 1 by opening bag 1. These 6 bags are across only about 100 pages of instructions. So I'm expecting we'll see a little bit of repetition, especially when we get to the flowers. So we're going to start with Moana. We need to build her figure. Oh, that's cool. I'll show you what I mean by that's cool in a moment. Let's finish putting the Moana figure together. And she's holding a little green thing that I can't quite make out what it is. Oh, that's a nice figure. That's a probably of the mini doll style figures I have in my small collection of. I've only got a handful of Disney sets with these mini doll style. Oh, that's what the, oh, nice. Is that supposed to be? Look at that. Look at that. Let's see if I can't get that up to the camera. Look at that. I think she's holding the heart of the ocean there. And there's the Moana figure itself. It's got a nice distinctive island look to it. This may be my favorite doll style figure so far in my collection. Mini doll, I mean. So, she doesn't have the big gemstone dress. She just has normal feet. So she'll just have to sit there. Oh, and that's adorable. Here's a little Pua figure. Moana's pet pig, Pua, who was underutilized in her movie. I haven't seen the sequel yet. Hopefully he got more screen time in the sequel, but I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, the chicken ended up hey, he got more attention in the first movie. There were some nice hey scenes in there. So it looks like the bag one is going to start with us building Moana's boat. And right off the bat, we get our first sticker. That's what this sticker looks like. I think it's meant to represent the deck of the boat, because it's got like the wood pattern going and what looks like a blanket on it. Now these are traditionally annotated piece in sets where it shows the one piece and the number. So yeah, I'm guessing these are meant for, it's still Disney Princess, so these are still meant for kids, but these, I guess, these two sets, I guess, are meant for bigger, older kids who are more experienced with Lego. Makes sense. Most of the botanicals are adult marketed, so it makes sense that if you're going to do a variant of the botanicals for a kid-based brand or a kid-targeted brand, it would make sense for it to be labeled slightly older. Of course, there's an oar. There's, oh, I forgot the little clip. I didn't even see it there in the instructions. And there's a little oar that Moana can hold when she is sailing the boat. So there's the little oar on the side of the boat there. And now we have to build this little sail piece, which itself gets 2 stickers. And this is just putting the iconic spiral logo onto the sail of the boat. That's what these 2 stickers do. And then we get this. So this is what the sail for the boat looks like, and that spiral logos on both sides. Okay, so here's the little boat, and it's got the little panel there so that Moana can stand on the boat, and then a little stud a little stud on the boat also for Pua to sit on. I will take the boat and I will set the little boat aside so we can start the main build now. And we get another sticker. I'm having trouble with this one for some reason. No, that's still way off. I'm not, I'm doing poorly with, I think I just visibly creased the sticker trying to fix it. There's always one sticker that, even though it's a straightforward shape, it refuses to align. You know what? We're rolling with it. It's not centered properly, but at least it's straight along the edges now. That's what this sticker looks like. And it looks like this is going to be in the base of the flower pot. So let's just, now that we've got that on, let's just keep going. What's going on there? I think that's meant to be the dark brown. Okay, now a slightly repetitive step here. I have 4 of these little assemblies to put together. But it'll go quick. interesting. So the base is doing a bunch of non-symmetrical stuff right now, which is to be expected because it does open up. Um, to reveal an interior, but it's still kind of interesting seeing how it doesn't. Um, well, it'll be interesting to see how it all comes together. Let me play it that way. And this step's going to give us another sticker. We're almost halfway through the sticker sheet after this step. We have a couple more stickers to be halfway through the sticker sheet. And we're still in bag 1. So this is the number 2 sticker. Now this one, orientation doesn't matter, but with this one, at least, the orientation of the sticker is obvious. Oh, that's a really cool sticker. So this sticker shows the different Polynesian islands from the creation myth, or the Maui myth that they were telling. And if I can get really close to the camera, if I can get it to focus, that big island in the middle, and it's not going to focus, but that big island is Te Fiti, the goddess of life who we see at the end of the movie. Yeah, that's really cool, the Te Fiti reference on this on the set. We're at exactly the hour mark of string now. It doesn't matter. I don't care how long it takes us, but it is good to keep metrics because it helps me estimate the lengths of future Lego streams. Here we're going to get another sticker. This is the number 1 sticker. Okay, that's cool. We get another one of those murals, or another piece of the creation or the Maui myth. And I want to make sure that the whole sticker is on the tile. So I need to center that a little bit better. So this tile is Maui. You can see he's holding his magical fish hook there. The magical fish hook lets him to transform into different animals. Looks like we're going to have one more of those assemblies. And I can assume that once I turn the page in the instructions, it's a safe assumption that we're going to have the third and final of these Maui Myth stickers, the mural stickers here. Yeah. So this one, oh, he's a cool character. So that is Tamatoa, the crab god. He's a bad guy, and he is shiny. He collects treasures, and he paints himself with bioluminescent coral, and he is shiny. That was a fun scene in the movie, the Tamatoa scene. And that'll go there. Yeah. Note to self, do not pick it up by those little bits there. Pick it up from the sturdier bit there. So this is what it looks like so far with the 3 pieces of the mural placed. Let's keep going with the build now. This will secure the tops, so I'm assuming that these studs here are how we're going to create assemblies to fill in these gaps, because the flower pot is enclosed. So now it looks like we're gonna, for the next foreseeable bit, we're gonna continue to build up the structure of the flower pot itself. So we're starting to get the base structure of the flower pot here. Or at least half of the flower pot. So it has us going into bag 2. So the ore is a spare bit. Well, that's kind of big to be a spare bit. So I'm telling you what I'm going to do. We're going to let Moana hold the spare ore, as an accessory. And I'll also give her a third foot to help her sit more stable. So there. Now she's got more accessories. The oar represent her sailing ability and the heart of the ocean. And of course, Pua the pig standing by. And here is the first bits of the flower pot. Basically the inner structure for half of the flower pot. Obviously there's no surface yet and half of the structure is still missing. There's the little interior. You know what that is? That's the scene that was kind of like the preschool Moana scene in the beginning of the movie when they were doing the Maui myth. That's what this little interior scene represents. I recognize the murals from the classroom scene now. Bag 2, it looks like it's going to be a separate assembly, so I'll set that aside for now. So bag 2 is going to be, it looks like, the other half of the base structure of the flower pot. The other interior scene. We'll bring the other half back onto the table when it's time to build up on it again. So this one is structurally going to do similar things, but it's going to represent a different scene. So all the colors are going to be different for this interior. But structurally it'll be pretty much the same because it's got to do the same thing. And ultimately the outside of the flower pot, which we're going to panel over I think in the next bag, is going to all be, the outside is going to all look the same all the way around I think. But okay. I didn't stream yesterday because I just wasn't feeling it. We had a bad heat wave this week, which pretty much knocked me out and had me in bed most of the week. Temple was nice on Friday, though. Yeah, structurally this is doing the same thing, which is to be expected. It's just in different colors to reflect the different scene. And I'm repeating myself again. I'm rambling. Sorry. That sometimes happens during Lego. Hey, we're going to get a sticker over here now on. Oh, you know what this sticker is? Let me see if I can just get the tile attached somehow. Oh, it shows the tile going up a little bit that way. I can't get this tile to line. I need the circle tile to line up properly so that I can put the sticker on facing the right way. But it doesn't look like it's gonna... Oh, you know why? I'm doing it on the wrong side, that's why. Okay, now I can put the sticker on the tile. And this sticker is the moon. Given the blues in the backdrop and the other two stickers on the sheet next to the moon look like a night sky. Yeah, we're making a nighttime sailing scene here, I think, for this side of the base. That's what the moon sticker looks like. I wonder why there's a jumper on top this time. When I finish this bag, there's only going to be 4 stickers remaining. And they're all identical, and they look like parts of the exterior decoration for the pot. So, we'll be done with the sticker sheet probably very soon. Here's one of the night sky stickers. There's supposed to be another blue jump plate, but I'm not seeing it in my parts pile. I'm checking to see if I left it in the bag. Nope. No sign of anything blue in the parts bags. tell you what we're going to do. We're going to proceed without the piece. And if it turns out it becomes critical, then we'll hunt for it later. Let's get this last sticker on. Interesting. That first sticker appeared to be Maui's fishhook upside down, and this sticker appears to represent Maui's... No, that's not the fishhook. Is that Te Fiti, maybe? Maybe this is a Te Fiti constellation. It's got one really big star in the middle, so this constellation might represent Te Fiti. I'm not sure. Let me just... One piece fell on the floor, but it's not the piece that I can't find in my parts pile right now. As this parts pile thins out, we'll keep searching for that other piece, I guess, is our best hope. Because it doesn't look like it fell off the table at all. We're just going to keep going. Yeah, that piece is absolutely essential, so... Let's see, did I put a jumper where I was supposed to put a regular plate? Is the next thing to check. I did. I found the missing piece. So where's the plate I was supposed to put in there now? All right, well, this will go on top like that. So this one goes there. I have to go back a bit to see the assembly for this little section here. So it's a dark plate and then a dark blue and then a sea blue. And this is sea blue and then dark blue. So yeah, I'm still missing a piece. On this side, it's all blues again. Do we have any tans on that assembly? No. Okay, that appears to be have all its pieces intact. I'm going to use this plate in the meantime, and if it's wrong to do it like this, then and we need that piece later on, then I will make another swap later. But we got to keep the build going. I couldn't find the plate in the correct color, but it's an internal piece that isn't really going to be visible on the final build, so it doesn't really matter all that much. although it does matter in that particular spot. So what I'm going to do actually is swap the two plates like this. So yeah, hopefully I just resolved a crisis. But maybe I just created a new one. We'll find out over the next few pages of instructions. Yeah, these blue curvy slope pieces look like stylized ocean waves. Oh, I see what's going on here. Let's finish up the section. Well, I just noticed there's a couple of tiny Technic pieces in this parts pile. Oh, that's nice. We got a cool little tree that's going to be a part of this scene. So, a tree hanging out over the edge of the water. I'll show you the scene as a whole once I finish building this up. So yeah, the 2x1 plate is essential. We are going to makeshift this since it's an interior piece. We're just going to make it out of extra studs here. Since it's an interior piece, that isn't going to be terribly visible. It's the best I can do because the piece is nowhere to be seen. So those two studs there will at least put everything on this right level. And there are pieces that aren't going to be seen in the final build anyway. Well, they are a little bit visible from this side, but they at least go with the color scheme of the surrounding pieces. So it's not a big deal. So we got the top of the section. Okay, so this shows that they're going to connect. So that's what this interior looks like. It's the edge of the water. You can see the tree on the side there, the moon in the back. And it's meant for the boat to be put in and sit in the side of the interior like this. This step has us bring back the other side of the build so we can start attaching things together. So it looks like these two little Technic pieces are how the two halves connect. Okay, and I'm just now seeing. All right. And if the next page is bag 3, yeah, so. Okay then. There's this plate, this little blue round plate. Did I mess up on one of the places where the round plate was supposed to be? Is that why I'm missing the regular plate? Round. Yes, I used the regular. All right. Quick little fix here. I found the missing plate. And I have to like completely reassemble parts of this half in order to get everything back how it's supposed to be. But it'll be a quick fix. So we got the plate. So now we have to come back and find the section where I put in. Of course, it's the side that I connected makeshift. Let's see. Alright, so that bit is fixed. This is why you need to pay attention when you're building with Lego. Okay, so that's all put back together. Let's put the these bits back on. And then this section here. And let me just press everything together. Make sure everything is secure. Yep. We got there. So this is what the interiors look like so far. And then you just push this closed. And I'm guessing we're going to build up the pot exterior around the outside. This is what it all looks like so far on the outside. Basically just studs on side structure for putting on the pot details. Bag 3. Bag 3 doesn't look too terribly substantial. It does look like it's starting with a 2X. So I'm guessing this will be flower pot exterior. I wasted a lot of time doing that fix. Hopefully that was our one major mistake of the evening and we won't have any more holdups. This is a 2X, which means I'm building both copies simultaneously. Oh, that's cool. These 1x1 curved slopes are very difficult to grip, but it looks like we're using them to make a weave pattern on the flower pot. This is going to look cool once the pattern's done, I think. Okay. Sorry I'm not talking much. I want to make sure I'm placing all these slopes in the correct orientation, because it looks like this is going to be a detailed pattern once these sections are done. I want to make sure everything's facing the right way. So I need to concentrate on what I'm doing. Yeah, this is a really cool pattern. It's just difficult to grip these pieces. But I'm doing well. I haven't yeeted any yet. But I just put one the wrong way because I wasn't paying attention to the instructions. Okay, so just finished the first of these two panels. This is what that looks like. You can see the detailed weave pattern going on with the little curved slope pieces. That's a pretty cool effect. Let me go ahead and finish up this other side. Let me go ahead and finish the other panel because this is a 2X. So what we're doing with this bag is we're dressing up the outside of the pot so it looks like a flower pot from the outside. And then all the scenery stuff we were just working with is going to be only visible once when we open it up. So it's going to have us put these on. Okay, so it shows us the orientation. The opening is this way. So it has us put the panels on the side sections like this. So these will go on what's the centers of the backdrops. And then we have more paneling, I guess, to fill in along the rest of the sides here. So yeah. So this is just, this one doesn't have a 2X. So we're just going to do this one as the instructions say to do so. We are past the halfway point of the instructions for this set, so that's a good sign at least. So this is doing the same pattern, of course, that the other pieces did, just half as wide. Because this is where this is gonna go here, where the pot opens up. So we got to do that in mirror for the other side, and then that's the end of bag 3 already. So yeah, we actually moved through bag 3 pretty quickly. It helped that more than half of bag 3 was in a 2X, meaning we were building two parts at the same time. I just dropped that piece. Where'd it go? Oh, it didn't. It just fell on me. It didn't fall on the floor. That was lucky. So this one will go here on these studs right here. So when it's closed, that weave looks together. And then you can open it up like that. Bag 4 is going to be 4X. So it looks like these are going to be the big side panels that continue the weave. So bag 4 is going to be very repetitive for us to get through. So bag 4 is the rest of the exterior. Then bag 5 and 6 is going to be the flowers on top of the flower pot. There was some dust on top of there. So let me lay these 4 plates in front of me because I'm going to hate this bag, aren't I? Well, probably won't talk much. Probably just want to get through this, but we'll go through this one page at a time, all 4. Yeah, sorry I'm not talking much. I'm trying to focus on what I'm doing. This is a tedious, repetitive step. I do enjoy Lego, but sometimes Lego throws steps at you like this, and these aren't as fun as most Lego. But still, the end result is going to be really satisfying. Part of the fun of Lego is just watching the build come together as you add each piece and see each piece's role in the bigger picture. Or model, should I say. Anyway. There does this page. It looks like in this page we're going to start with the patterning. And I was supposed to do a phone call tonight right around 8. It's 8 o'clock now, so we'll see what time it is when I finish this set. Maybe I have time to break for my phone call. We've been doing this set at just about the 1 hour mark at this point. We haven't even gotten to the flowers yet. Let's keep going. Yeah, this is going pretty smoothly. It's just repetitive. And it's repetitive with harder to grip pieces. This is the kind of section that I sometimes refer to as a finger bleeder. Lego does that sometimes, but oh, I forgot these two little tiles up here. Let's not be forgetful here. Okay. One more, then we'll move on to what is hopefully the last page of this section of the build. I have a feeling that this bag is where we're going to see those last four identical stickers. Okay. So yeah, this one is going to have the stickers. So before I do the stickers, I'm just going to go ahead and finish out these panels, and then yeah, these are 3x2s. Okay, let me finish doing the weave pattern. Let me get the hard part over with on these sections, and then we will put the stickers on and then put them on onto the model. So yeah, we're gonna do everything. We're gonna finish the weave, and then we're gonna put the stickers on, and then we're gonna put these onto the model. I know that's a little bit outside of the order of the instructions, but it's gonna be more efficient, I think. So when we finish the pot, we're going to take our next bio break. We're not going to wait till we finish the flowers. And that way I can stretch out a bit after the finger bleed and maybe try and make this quick little phone call. Phone call shouldn't take long, shouldn't be too disruptive. Nope, wrong on that piece. At least once I finish this, the weave will be done. And hopefully there won't be any more finger bleeding tonight. Obviously my fingers aren't literally bleeding, but they feel like they could start at any moment. You know what? We will finish off the set. There's a natural break between sets. Bags 5 and 6 shouldn't take all that long. And we're past the big repetitive part. Now all you have to do is take the sticker and put it on these 4 tiles. And the sticker is symmetrical, so either way. So it really doesn't matter which way I put them on the pieces, as long as they're centered and straight. So this is what the pattern's going to be on the side of the flower pot. And now I have it up to the camera, I can tell that this one is not straight. So I need to adjust this first sticker a little bit and make it a little bit better. that's a little bit better. Okay, the empty sticker sheet. And here's what, well, that one's not centered. Let me try and adjust this sticker. Actually, most of these are poorly centered. This is the best one. This is what this panel looks like. That's going to go on the side of the pot. And so now if I come to the next page of instructions, I just close up the rest of the scenery bits along the back of the pot here. I gotta be careful because the structure itself is apparently not very sturdy. Yeah, this whole section came off. You gotta make sure your structural bits are secure. If you want the detail bits to be secure. That's not straight at all. Okay, why is this section all crooked? Okay, that section is straight now. Okay. But now this section is no longer connected. So the flower pot is together. This is what the exterior of the flower pot looks like. That's a very nice weave pattern going on. There's still nothing holding the opening section together though. Hopefully that'll come in the next two bags. And then you open it. This is what the interiors look like with the backings on, with the exterior shell put in. You can see, of course, they're darker now, and they have their full effect. All right, let's close that up. Let me see, some of these parts still look relatively uneven, but there's some little gaps on the top. I think that'll be addressed though as we move into the next bag. So we're going to start bag 5. It doesn't look like there's a lot of substance to bag 5. We should be able to breeze through the actual flowers of the set pretty quickly. So let's find our gap, because our instructions are using the gap as a reference point. We're definitely going to take a break between sets, but I think I can see through to the end of this set. Our first little bit of leafage for the flower design. I've done botanical style stuff in the past, but not actually any of the actual botanicals label sets. I did the two gardens. There's a Spanish garden and a Japanese garden, which I've done. You can find those on my channel. And when I did the Jurassic Park special a few months back, the Brachiosaurus set comes with a big tree. So I'm no stranger to a Lego plants. I just haven't done any from the Botanicals line proper yet. Some more of these little flowers. I'm supposed to have one more of those. Unless... Did I do something in incorrect colors, maybe? I'm trying to see ahead for a moment. Yeah, so those are all correct, so... I should have one more of the bluish green flowers. Or leaves, I should say. There it is. So yeah, our plants are starting to come together. Lego plants, more than anything, are known for weird and interesting piece usage. Like here, the stems of this flower, this kind of flower, those stems are the little candle pieces. Oh. Now this version of the flower has a shorter stem. That's the only difference. But because it's a slight build variation, even though there's only one piece different, that's why it couldn't be made 2x with the other one. But this one is a 2x. So I need to build two of this variant with a shorter stem. And here's one more little iteration of that kind of flower. And this one is the shortest with no extra stem length. There's less than 20 pages of instructions left. We'll be through this in not much more time at all. And now we just have a 4x build for this simpler, smaller flower. And these we can just put on the pot as we build them. Okay, so halfway through the flower builds, this is what we have so far on Moana's flower pot. we just have bag 6, which is going to be the bigger flowers. It looks like bag 6 is going to start with some storage though. So bag 6 starts with this chest piece. And it looks like, oh, I forgot to open this other little baggie here. So it looks like we have this little ball piece representing a fruit. We're going to stick that into the chest. And then we have a, oh, that's cool. I've never seen this print before. We have a printed pineapple. That's nice. This goes in the chest as well. Chest is closed up over the fruit. It says we're supposed to close it, so there we go. So it looks like we're doing a bunch of accessories and then the plants. So we have this piece. So we're starting with what looks like a long section of plant stem here. Okay, I think I need to orient this towards me again, so once we start up with a build on there again, I can see what I'm doing. What's that piece there? All right, there's that. And this goes, that's one's there. This one goes here. Like that. So I have a big long stem. And now it looks like we're building another section of stem. Not as long this time. As we're adding more and more flowers and plant life to the pot, it's getting more and more prettier. Now it looks like we're going to have a 2x on this big flower. So let's go ahead and start putting that together. We're using the sausage piece and the ice cream slash popcorn piece, it looks like, for the center of this flower. Okay, the petal is essentially going to be a 10 times build because we have to build 5 for each of the 2 flowers. So, the plus sign piece. I don't think I've ever seen this piece in person before. So let me build 10 of these petal sections, and then we will put everything together onto the flowers. Yeah, there was a lot of repetition in this build. I was kind of expecting as such. Florals tend to give you that, but the pot 2, I'm definitely gonna still go with the plan of doing the other pot, the Isabela's flower pot tonight as well. We've got a momentum going tonight, but I do need to take a quick break when we finish this one. These flower petal sections, they're going together pretty quickly. Once we have all 10, I could put the actual flowers together. Oh, I've been forgetting a piece. Anyway, once I fix this, we'll be halfway done. Now, let's keep this going. There's number 6. 2 more. We're just about the 2.5 mark of stream. Um, we started this flower pot at about the 45-minute mark. So by the time we finish this, it'll be about a 2-hour build. So I should anticipate roughly about the same for the other flower pot. Okay, this is the last petal, so let's start assembling the flowers. So that's what the flower looks like with the petals attached. I have to do the same on the other one now. And the flowers are ready to be attached, it looks like. So how exactly do they attach on? Through here. Okay. Oh, I see how. That's a cool look. Oh, and they need to be, the petals need to be angled a little bit and not laid flat around. Okay, so that's how the flowers look. They look pretty good actually. And now we have one more assembly it looks like to put together. So it looks like this final stem is budding flowers that haven't grown out yet. Or maybe they're a different kind of smaller flower. That's what this stem looks like here. And this one goes on the back here like this. And then you open it up, and the storage chest is supposed to go inside the little classroom area in front of the Te Fiti mural. And then these are extra bits. So we'll bring our little boat back into the scene. And this is what it looks like opened up and closed. And that's a close-up of the scenes inside. And here, let's put the little boat into the little ocean scene there. And then you can just close it all up. And enjoy the pretty flowers. So, looks like advertising. Oh, the advertisement on this page is both of the Disney sets I've done before. The Maleficent Dragon with Aurora's Castle, and then also the Elsa's Ice Palace. We did both of those sets, but you can find them on my channel. Here's some sets I haven't done. There's a Snow White chest, it looks like Simba. My brother did Simba. That's part of his collection. We try and do things where we don't get the same sets, so we have a variety of things on display. His collection isn't as big as mine, but he has a few big things, like the Japanese castle that they did a couple of years ago. The Encanto house, that looks like a nice set. Alright, so we're done looking at the instructions. So let me go ahead and set up something for you to look at while I take a quick little bio break. We made it all the way through the flower pot without a bio break. We made it through a 2-hour build without needing to break, which is a good thing. So, actually, we went through those last flowers pretty quick. We're just at, if you count the splash screen and the first bio break, we're just at just under the 2.5 hour mark for the whole stream so far. So let me see how we're going to do this. Let's come in here and get the boat. And we'll put Moana and Pua on the boat. And we'll put that in front of the flower pot like that. And then we'll frame everything with Isabela's box in the back as a preview of what's coming after break. So let's move Moana's flowers over here. And I just knocked something off. What did I knock off? I knocked off the big leaf. Let me fix that real quick. Some of the way that the smaller foliage was done around the base of this flower pot reminds me of some of the way that they did the plants in the Avatar series a little bit. So we'll put that there. We'll put this here. We'll put Moana in front of her flower pot like this. And then let's come over here and we'll put these ladies on their bases. We'll put them there. And then, of course, their pets we'll just put in front of them. And now all the girls are with their pets. Okay. Those little bases, those little twirling bases aren't too obtrusive. I may just leave the girls on them for the final display after the final flower pot and just set them in the corner of the table. Moana can keep her boat. That gives her something to help her stand. So yeah, we got 3 of the 4 sets done so far. This first Moana's flower pot is a real beauty. I'm glad I picked these up. It's got to look good on display. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back to build Isabela's flower pot. I'll see you in a few minutes. It was a no-go on the phone call. Either they weren't home or they were already in the middle of bedtime. Doesn't matter which, I'll just try again tomorrow. Anyway, I'm back. So we're going to get ready to move on to Isabela's flower pot, the final set of the night. But first, let me take everything else off my screen. I did say that that Ariel and Rapunzel could keep their spinners because they're small and not really in the way. So, yeah, let's... Oh, my camera went crooked. I must have bumped it while I was on break. Let's move everyone back into the corner here. And tell you how we're actually going to do this. Rapunzel is going to, if I can, Rapunzel's going to hold Pascal. Since he doesn't really have a spot. Ariel, she's got the dingle hopper. She can't really hold him. So let's turn her to his side. And we'll put him in the little alcove where he swims underneath her like that. So Flounder's back in his little spot. Rapunzel's holding Pascal. And here's Moana's little boat with Pua. I would put Pascal in his little alcove too for some better symmetry, but the problem with that is there's no stud inside. So I won't be able to position him exactly as he would need to be for that. We need to have Moana's boat facing the other way so that the sail's in the back. So we need to put her on this end so that she faces the camera. Alright. It's going to distract a little bit from having Isabela, I think. Having Isabela's build going on. I didn't think this through. Tell you what we're doing. We're popping them back off. It's not that big a deal to put them back on the bases later. Flounder will still have to sit in front of Ariel or next to Ariel because she's holding the dingle hopper. But Rapunzel can continue to hold Pascal. Okay. Now that that's all settled, might be a little distracting having the boat build too, but at least it gives Moana some good standing support. Let's get right into Isabela's set now, because it's going to be approximately a 2-hour build. There's actually 10, 15 more pages of instructions in this than in Moana's build, so we need to get going with this. Here's the front of the box. If I'm not mistaken. And here's the back of the box showing Isabela's flowery room as the interior for this set. I think we can anticipate a similar build where we start with building the structure and the interior, then we build the exterior, and then we build the flowers. It looks like this pot isn't going to be quite as complicated to build. It's got, it looks like the weave is mostly composed of bigger pieces There are some tiles. It looks like 1 by 1 tiles, but they're the flat 1 by 1 tiles, and I don't really have a problem with those. So there's the back of the box once again. The front. Let's get right into it. Let's see. Let's get things open here. So we have, of course, the instruction book. You know what we do with that? We have here the sticker sheet. It looks like only 7 total stickers, so less than for Moana. And they're all rectangles, so the sticker sheet shouldn't be too big a deal. There are some nice details in the stickers here. Only 4 numbered bags this time. Okay, so let's see. Let's get everything organized. It looks like 3 and 4 are the plants. So bags 1 and 2 are going to be the pot itself. Let's get the instructions up. And here's where it says to open bag 1. Bag 1 and 2 look absolutely massive. Bag 3 and 4 look not that substantial. It'd be interesting to see if, well, we'll find out in a moment. So it looks like the interior for this set is going to be Isabela's flower-themed room. They actually built a replica of the Encanto house at a kids' play zone in a mall about an hour from here. And we took Shayna last year for her birthday. Man, she was all over that place. And they had Isabela's room, and they actually had fake flower petals sprinkled all over the floor. And they had Isabela's room, and they did Antonio's jungle room, and they had Bruno's hole-in-the-wall room with his mice and his little TV that he did. And there was Luisa's room, which they did. They don't actually show Luisa's room in the movie, so in the Encanto house, it was imagined as kind of a Greco-Roman style because of her reference to Hercules in her song. And then there was also Mirabel's room, and Mirabel's room held a candle, and there was a magic effect on the window that could be activated by the candle. So it was a pretty interesting interpretation of the house there that they had. It was fun. Let's go ahead and start working on Isabela now. And Isabela, of course, is known for pinks and purples. She has a very specific color scheme. And of course, there's flowers all over her dress because flowers are her thing. She makes magical flowers. So we're switching to another nice exotic part of the world. We were in the Pacific Islands, but now we're going into South America, specifically Colombia, for Encanto. And she's supposed to get a flower in her hair and a flower in her hand. Now, I'm not seeing it in the parts pile, but I know it's there from the box. The other characters all got pets because they all have iconic pets. Ariel has always had Flounder, Rapunzel's always had Pascal, and Pooh has always been Moana's pet. But in Encanto, Isabela isn't really shown with any pets. But they didn't want to leave her left out on the animal front. So on the front of the box, it shows her with one of the Madrigal family's iconic yellow butterflies. I am not seeing it in the parts pile right now, so it might not come out till we actually build the flowers later. But let's go ahead. The instructions show I'm supposed to put a flower in her hair. So let me just do that real quick. Yeah, there's no sign of the butterfly on the instructions yet. When the butterfly comes out, I'll talk more about the magical butterflies because they're iconic. But here's the Isabela figure. She's holding a flower because she magically makes flowers. Flower in her hair. Flowers all over that dress. I can't really get close enough to the camera to focus here, but yeah, this is a very cool minifigure, mini doll, I should say. They call these the mini dolls. And I'll just maybe she can stand. Let's see. She may have to sit. Let's start her sitting, actually. Although it looks like she's going to be off balance sitting. Yeah, because the dresses are different from minifigure bases. She might be better off standing. Let's go ahead and get right into the build here. So it looks like it's going to be the same deal where bags 1 and 2 are going to be the structure. But there's only 4 bags. I'm having trouble predicting this one. Let's just see how it plays out. Oh, is this the color we want? Yeah, you gotta make sure you're using the right color. And the colors on the instructions don't always match the actual physical colors of the pieces. So sometimes when you have a set with different colors from the same color family, sometimes the instructions can be a little confusing if the colors aren't 100% clear. But I think we got there. I need some more of those little corner tiles, though. There's one. One more of those and we'll be good to move on to the next step. Okay. It looks like structurally, this one is starting off a lot differently than the other one did. So this one might actually be a little bit more stable. We'll find out soon enough. One of the downsides of the Moana pot is there's actually nothing holding the two halves together. There's nothing to secure it closed. You'll just have to position it closed wherever you're going to position it, and that'll be that. That's one small little tiny design flaw with that set. Most sets that open and close have a clip or something so you can hold it in the closed position, and Moana doesn't do that. We are at exactly the 3 hour mark of stream now, but that includes the splash screen and all the breaks, so we're making good time. This set does have kind of a rare color palette for Lego, which is good because it's Isabela's iconic color scheme. Each member of the Madrigal family in Encanto has their own unique color scheme. Okay, so it looks like structurally this one is starting out similar, but not quite exactly the same. It would make sense considering that they have similar shapes on the outside. Lots of these little orange flower pieces, which is good because it goes with her motif. Lots of good detailing for this set already. So we're going to get our first sticker now. Um, Going on to this tile with studs on one end. So this sticker is going to be Isabela's lanterns. And that goes right there. Alright, and we're going into our first 2x build over here, so I'll just set this aside. I'll bring these parts closer so we have room, and let's put these together. Of course, I'm paying extra careful attention so I don't have to reassemble half the structure like I did with Moana. That wasn't fun. So it looks like they're going to get identical stickers here. And the stickers they're going to get are this floral pattern. Let me go ahead and build up the section, and then I will show you the sticker. Hold on, did I not use the correct color there? It's hard to see the color. No, yeah, there's definitely a color difference between the sticker and the tile there. Okay then, I'm not imagining this. Alright, I just wanted to be sure, because colors do matter, and sometimes the instructions aren't always the best when it comes to coloration. Aside from that little problem we had with Moana, I'd say today's been a pretty enjoyable build sequence. I kind of want to get some of the botanicals now. I know I've said before that I'm not a fan of doing Lego plants, and I just put that sticker on the wrong color tile. Let me see if I can fix this. But you know what, that sticker wasn't centered anyway, so a do-over is okay in this context. I know I said in the past I'm not really a fan of doing Lego plants because they can be difficult, but really, it depends on the kind of plant. And I don't really dislike doing Lego plants anymore, so long as they're not like the really repetitive big trees and whatnot. Those are still kind of a little annoying. Where you have to do like 15 copies of a leaf assembly with a bunch of different little pieces and then arrange them every which way on. I mean, yeah, those are still not the most fun to do, but Lego plants in general, I'm picking up an appreciation for the build techniques. This is what that tile looks like. There's one on both sides. They're identical. And this is going to go on the backdrop for the interior of this pot. So it looks like structurally we're doing very similar to what we did with Moana. But it looks like both halves of the interior are going to be part of the same room. So now this is where we take the this color tile. And this is the sticker number 2. Okay, so this is going to be where it looks like this is meant to be the bed. No, that's a section of wallpaper that's peeling off because the butterfly moved. Is this the bed? Well, let's see where let's see where the plate ends up going. This is either wallpaper or a bed. Could be a bed because of the way the design shows the sheet pulling down at the top. but it could also be wallpaper that's pulling free from the wall based on the, the butterfly patterning and stripes. I'm trying to make sure I place it straight. Okay, it's straight. It's pretty straight. So here's that sticker I just put on. You can see what I mean. Either it's a wallpaper that's peeling, and you can see the butterfly motif on there, or it's a bed with the sheet pulled down a little bit. Okay, it's going to be the bed. This part makes it obvious because it looks like we're building a little bit of a pillow section there. And then a place for the feet at the bottom to hold a figure. So yeah, this is definitely Isabela's bed that we're doing. We've already used more than half the sticker sheet. Yeah, so yeah, this is definitely the bed, the way it's positioned. So it goes on like that. Let's keep building up the structure. So yeah, it looks like structurally this is pretty much doing the same thing. It's just that the interiors are differently designed because they represent different places and different shapes. Well, the pots are going to be about the same size, but I'm not sure if they're exactly the same height. It doesn't really matter. They're going to look good next to each other, I think. Okay, so this one, we're building half, but it looks like we're also doing the exterior for this half all at the same time. And then we're going to build the other half, and that's why there's less bags. Because this one's doing the whole half together, including the outside, and then going back to do the other half. Interesting. Interesting how they switched up the build sequence between the two sets. I see how this weave is going to go. Okay, I see what we're doing here. I think. Oh yeah, I see. I totally see it. What's going on here? This weave is going to be much easier to put together. And no little one by one tiles as I previously predicted. That's these longer tiles showing through, not actual one by ones. This is going to, this weave uses standard sized or regular sized pieces and is much easier to put together than the other one. Also, without the sticker detailing on the outside, there's nothing really breaking up the pattern, so it's a lot simpler. That's this weave pattern, and you can see how simple it is. Those what look like those little one by one tiles in the middle there, those are actually part of the long tiles sticking through. The only pieces added on top of that are these various curved slopes to give the weave pattern. This is a much easier weave pattern to build and doesn't use finger blader pieces. I thought it was on there. Clearly I was wrong. Let's try that again. There we go. And now we have the 2x version for the sides. You know how we do 2x's on this channel. So let's just do it. I appreciate how much easier this weave pattern is to assemble. You can see how much more quickly I'm able to go through it because gripping isn't an issue. So now we just assemble these onto the outside of that section. And I just knocked one of the weave pieces off. Be careful I line everything up correctly. That one pressed in. There's a little bit of gap between the panels, but with Lego, with Lego, you are going to have little gaps when things meet at weird angles. But for the most part, it looks pretty clean. Let me finish the section, and then I'll show you the section as a whole. Is this a piece for the other piece to clip onto? Did they solve some of the Moana structural issues when designing Isabela's set? Interesting, if that's the case. Obviously, we have a little half build for the weave on this side because this is going to be where the split is for opening it up. But wait a minute. There's still some studs exposed on the other side. So that's not a full half of the pattern there. Oh no, that's not a clip for holding. That's a clip to put a little flower hanging off the edge of the pot. Actually, the opening is going to be the other side from where the clip is anyway, because the opening is where that little assembly is with the Technic pins. Alright, so before we go into bag 2, I gotta show you what we built in bag 1, because this is the whole first half of the pot. So, you can see that with this set, we're building the exterior with each half, instead of all at once at the end after building the structure for each half. So this is what the outside weave looks like. It's a very clean and pretty pattern. I like it. And this is what the first half of Isabela's room looks like, where her bed is, and you can see the flowers in the back, and her lanterns. All the stickers back there. Let's pull out bag 2, which we know is going to be the other half of the flower pot. And then bags 3 and 4 are going to be the plants for the top of the flower pot. So for bag 2, we can expect much the same as we saw in bag 1. Or I should say similar, because the interior detailing is going to be different. The outside is going to be the same. Let us begin with this half of the build now. Since we know what to expect regarding the structure, this should go reasonably quickly if I focus. We're at just under the 3.5 hour mark of the stream now, so I estimate we'll be finishing at just over 4 hours, which is, I predicted we would go above 4 hours, so we'll be right around where I predicted. We still have the flowers to do after we do this half of the pot, so I know we're going to go past that 4 hour mark, but we won't be too far past it. We have some more of these orange flower bits. Yeah, this side is coming together nicely. I'm trying to focus because it is a little repetitive at this point, and I want to get to the more fun bits of the build. I want to get to the flowers as quickly as I can. So I stopped talking a little bit so I could focus on what I'm doing over here. Okay, so on this page, we're going to get a sticker. It looks like this sticker is going to be, well, let's find out in a moment. That's cute. It's a portrait of Isabela and her sister Mirabel, the main character of Encanto, hugging. Yeah, that's not perfectly centered, but by the time the thing gets enclosed, it's not really going to be noticeable. Let me see. You need to see this portrait with focus if it will do it. So that's the two sisters hugging. Let's keep going. Oh, look! Look what's coming up in the instructions. That's a representation of the iconic Madrigal family magical candle. The everlasting candle that burns in Abuela's room. But here, for this set, it looks like Isabela borrowed it for her room. Or it could just be a candle, since, Isabela doesn't hold the magical candle. That's Abuela's job. But that candle finally burned out and the house collapsed after the confrontation between Mirabel and Isabela. So, or more specifically, after Abuela confronted them, after Mirabel and Isabela had their reconciliation, thanks to Bruno's assistance, and then Abuela confronted them. And there's our first major piece eating of the night. We're already almost done with we're already almost done with today's builds. We're pretty far in to have our first major piece eating. There was one earlier, but that turned out to be a spare bit. So we do have the 2x build now. So I keep bumping the table out of the camera. Okay, let's. I guess I forgot to give you a spoiler warning, but that's okay because the movie's been out for a few years. I guess it should go without saying that there's a potential spoiler warning anytime I do a Lego set that's based on a movie or TV show. You know what? I'm going to finish the build and then I'm going to make the tiles with the stickers. It's more efficient to do it this way, I think. Actually, it looks like the height of the pots is about the same. And they use the same wedge pieces for the top quarters. So the flower pots are actually about the same. They just look slightly differently sized because of the way the weave patterns are. But they are actually exactly the same size. Okay, so this tile, let me put both on and then I'll show you one. This is after Mirabelle and Isabela had their scene. This is after Isabela sings her song when she learns she doesn't have to be perfect all the time. So these are the colorful splotches of plant spore. She ended up with like rainbow colored plant spore all over her room in all different colors after that sequence. It was a fun sequence. Lots of plant powder everywhere. So this is what that... Wow, I just kicked my table by accident. It's not the best setup I have over here. I do have a lot more room than I did before moving rooms, though. Oh, wrong side. So this is what the this is some of the brightly colored plant powder after that confrontation scene and her song. So yeah, her flowers and plants are even more varied. She doesn't have to be perfect for Abuela all the time anymore. I'm not even gonna get into the whole marriage subplot between Isabela and her cousin. That was a fun little sequence as well. Encanto's a fun movie. The sticker sheet is completed, and we're not even halfway done with the build yet. But at least we're done with stickers for tonight. So let's go ahead and get these two sections attached on. And same deal, I'll show you what this side, what this interior looks like after the after I get this bag done, like I did with the other side. Structurally, it's doing pretty much the same thing that the Moana set did for the structure, but it appears to be a little more stable than Moana was. It's almost time to start the exterior panel work. But I just knocked a couple pieces off by accident. Okay, I see something interesting that we're about to put on. Okay, it's got the pumpkin piece in green to represent that cactus that Isabela makes at the beginning of Mirabelle's confrontation with her. There it is. This cactus is an important part of the scene in the movie. Actually, the version in the movie is actually a little bit of a hidden Mickey. There's two little smaller round bits that stick out the top of it that look a bit like Mickey ears. No, we can leave that on. We're doing the panel work for this side after all. So here, this bit's going to be a little bit of repetition. We have to do all the same uh, bit of weave pattern that we did on the other side. We have to do all that again. So this is probably the most repetitive of what's left of the build. But I'll try and breeze through these. I'm already almost done with this first panel. So here's where we get the 2x. But again, I'll breeze through these. The reason I'm not talking, like I say often in Lego builds, is because I'm focused on getting through the repetitive part quickly. Okay, these are ready to get attached. Let's see if I can put that. All right. I knocked loose one of the weave pieces there. That's what happened. Okay, why isn't this piece cooperating? There we go. Why did I knock out the cactus? That's the first time I've seen the pumpkin piece in green. But it's a perfect use for it. And I just popped it off again. And I lost a piece of the weave. This panel is giving me the same problem as the one on the other side did. Let me see. That piece fell onto my leg, not even all the way onto the floor. Easy recovery there. Let me just see if I can get it on without having to take the whole section off. Yeah. Okay, I fixed that little section piece. It appears things are fixed. Like I said, I'll show you the whole section after I finish it. So this is kind of that half weave section that we saw on the other half. That's going to be where the thing closes. Where it opens. And closes, I guess. You know what? This is where we were when we finished the other side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and show you the interior for this side. The other side, as you'll recall, was the bed and the flower backdrop. This side is the portrait, the candle, the cactus, basically all the important stuff that happens after she sings her song. So that's what this interior looks like. Now we'll bring the other half back and we will connect them. And these pieces do not, it uses the gray pieces to connect them. So that this doesn't blend with the color scheme at all. You'll always want to display the pot with this side to the back. Shows the top row being these flowers. Let's get these on. So yeah, unlike the other set, which uses red, and red is part of the color scheme for the pot, this set, there's no attempt to use appropriately colored pieces for the connector. A little unfortunate, but I guess they work with what colors are available for what pieces. Red's a fairly common color, whereas Isabela's set mostly has these uncommon pinks, purples, and lavenders. Okay, so now we're going to go into bag 3. So here's what the pot looks like all closed up. Here it is open. You can see the whole interior. Close it up. You can see, other than this back section, which is, yeah, that doesn't look good at all. That's definitely going to be the back side. But the rest of this is a pretty clean weave pattern. It looks like this one has the same flaw that Moana's does, in that there's nothing to hold it closed. Let's get these off. And bring on bag 3. I know I have the ugly side toward the camera. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So I need the pot to face me in whatever direction the pictures are. And I would assume it's going to face me from the opening direction. Alright, we're at just under the 4-hour mark of stream, and we have, oh wow, this set has a more significant number of pages of plant instructions. Let's go ahead and get right into it. So yeah, this has to be facing towards me so I can see what I'm doing. And it shows to open it a little bit, probably so we can orient everything correctly. Yeah, that looks right. So it looks like this will be similar to the other pot, where like bag 3 is like the groundwork and the smaller plants, and then the last bag is going to be the bigger plants. Although this bag, you can see in this parts pile, has these big pieces that represent the biggest flowers from the box art. So maybe we are starting off with the big stuff when it comes to the flowers. this one goes here. Some more flowers. I hope that flower's in the wrong place. In the right place, I mean. Yeah, that. Lots of little flowers around the base section of the pot area, which makes sense given that Isabela is the flower girl of Encanto. So, of course, she would be surrounded by a lot of flowers. Okay, that's on. Some more little flowers. I don't see any more of these green leaves after the steps, so I think we're starting to move on to the big stuff after this. And I put this in the wrong place. It goes there. So we need one more little flower. Okay, why isn't it going in? There we go. There we go. So now we're going to start building up what looks like our first long flower stem. Still no sign of the Madrigal yellow butterfly. I think they're meant to be golden butterflies, actually, what they represent in the movie. So Isabela still doesn't have. How long has she been falling over? No way to know. Here's a nice little plant curlicue piece for the end of this little section here. Now we need the cone piece. Okay. So it looks like we're setting up some stem work for the plants here. These plants are doing interesting things, but that's kind of what plants do when it comes to Lego. Plants usually do interesting things. Okay, looks like all the plant stems are in place. And now we have a 2x build on a flower. And this flower looks like it has at its core the frog piece. Let me put this little bar under it and I'll show you what I mean. The legendary Lego frog piece, this time in white. It's been used in botanicals before in pink for the cherry blossom set, the cherry blossom bonsai tree. And here it's being used in white to represent part of this flower. The legendary Lego frog. This is a 2x build, so I'll be doing it one page at a time like I always do. Flowers often have, the botanicals and the flower and plant builds often have interesting piece usage. Okay, yeah, that's all set. Gotta do that assembly again one more time. So I think these two big flowers, it looks like that's going to be the end of bag 3. And then we need to do bag 4, which is just the rest of the detail and some of the other bigger plants that are not as big around the base of the flower pot. So this goes in like that. And then we put a little stopper on the back, I guess to hold the positioning in place. then we have one more assembly to create the rest of these flower petals on it. And these flower petals are made of the first unprinted shields in my Lego collection. Most of the shield pieces in my Lego collection are printed. Let me build both assemblies and then I'll go ahead and attach them. Let's see, how does this go? So yeah, this flower pot will definitely have a camera unfriendly angle, but not too terribly camera unfriendly. That section spins way too easily. Let me go ahead and insert this because maybe that'll, yeah, inserting it onto the plant makes it spin. Yeah, it doesn't spin out of place so easily anymore once it's attached like that. Let me adjust the petals for this front section. And now let's go back and finish up the other big flower. And once the second flower is on, then we just have one bag left for the night. And then I will adjust these two flowers to the way I like, and we will open up bag 4. Yeah, those flowers look good on there like that. Bag 4. I keep pushing the table. I've noticed that the table keeps shifting out of the optimal view. And I will have to turn the flower pot back around to face me so that I can see what I'm doing. This flower doesn't appear to be pushed in all the way, but it is. Okay, it's got a little friction now. We're good. So now it looks like we're going to start with a bunch of smaller flowers to go around the big ones. We've got a very simple, bright yellowish flower. Oh, there's the butterfly. Let's wait till the instructions show off the butterfly and tell us what to do with it. And then I'll tell you all about the magical butterfly. So here's this little bright yellow flower that we're about to put on. It'll go right here. Okay, it looks like we're gonna get a bigger representation of Isabela's cactus here. This one's just a regular cactus though that she does, not the Mickey-eared one from the beginning of the song. Okay, so this one goes in like this. And now I have a little 8 time, but these I can put right on the build as I make them because it's an inset. So we have these little sections here with cactus spines on them that we're going to put along the sides of our little cactus core like this. And I got to do 8 of those. So it looks like this cactus is going to be most of the piece count for this bag. Or at least a good chunk of it. We're halfway there with this cactus surface. It is now top heavy because all the weight's on one side. But once it's done, the weight will once again be evenly distributed around it. Okay. Three more panels to go. Not counting figures, we only had one printed piece this whole night. And that was the pineapple in the storage chest in Moana's classroom. Just one more surface panel of the cactus to go, and then we can move on to the top of the cactus. And then the rest of these little flower bits that are sitting in front of me. Okay, let's get this on. And then we do the top of the cactus. This goes over like this, and then this. So this is basically a bigger version of that little cactus plant we saw on the bottom in the interior. This is the full size version. This is what it looks like with a little tiny red flower on top. This one will sit here. And then we have another little plant, which is just a small stalk style plant here. Unless this is the base for something in the next step, I'm not sure. Okay, so this is where the butterfly is actually going to go, is on this next bit of plant work here. So let me build this up. And then it's a nice little display stand for the butterfly, and I can tell you all about the Madrigal. Well, the butterflies are basically Abuela's symbol, and the golden butterflies represent the magic of Encanto house. You can see butterflies in the trim and the sewing of Abuela's dress, as well as in the candle. You can see a butterfly motif going on. And then at the end of the movie, when Mirabel and Abuela have their reconciliation at the river. You can see a swarm of golden butterflies as the music plays Dos Oruguitas, which is Abuela's theme music, which is a song about two caterpillars growing up and becoming butterflies. So this is what the Madrigal family's golden butterfly looks like. Since Isabela doesn't have a pet of her own in the movie, Antonio does, and Bruno also has. Bruno has his mice. Luisa has the donkeys, and Antonio has a bunch of pets, including a jaguar and a capybara. I think he has a toucan as well. But Isabela doesn't have any pets, so at least she got an animal too with her yellow butterfly. Even though the butterfly here is meant to be part of the pot. Let's keep going with these detail bits now. So yeah, these are little stalk bits, it looks like. Holy jeez, that's an awkward assembly. Just not too awkward, just some tiny pieces. If you don't have a good grip, you can drop them. So I have a little 3 times build, but it's only 1 page. So it looks like these are going to be flower heads, possibly for the stalks we just put on. And it looks like this is going to bring us right to the end of the build. I think these flowers might use up the rest of this parts pile. So here's the flower we just made. I have to make 2 more of those before I attach them. I was wondering what was up with all these pinkish orange leaf pieces. One more. So yeah, the one big design flaw of these 2 flower pots is that there's no clips to hold them closed. Which means you have to be very careful when handling them. Alright, the 3 flowers are ready to be attached. And yeah, looks like I was right. They go on these stalk bits that we set up before. And they perfectly frame around the butterfly. this one's going to be awkward. There we go. With that, we can remove all the spare bits. That's the end of this build, so we can take off our brick separator, which we ended up not needing. But I always like to have one in hand when I'm doing a Lego stream, just in case. We'll spin this around so you can see it from the front. Little butterfly over there, right around there. Yeah, this came out nicely. And here's advertisement for the set itself, as well as the stitch. I missed Stitch Day by a couple days. I don't have any of the stitch sets yet, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and close that. And let me see if there's anyone to raid. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like so. It is a Sunday night. And for some reason, there's not a lot of streamers out on Sunday night. That's cool. We don't need to raid every single time. But let me, now that we're done, I guess I gotta create the exit shot and we can do our exit talk. Give me a moment to assemble things here. So Moana will put in her little boat next to her flower pot, like this. And then Isabela we can put next to her flower pot. Or we can even put her front and center in front of it. And then we can take Ariel. So final stream time is just over the 4.5 hour mark. If you count the breaks and the splash screen and the talking at the beginning, we did about 4.5 hours, just under 4.5 hours of building. Let me see if I can get Flounder into his little slot here. I have to, my finger doesn't really fit in there. I have to put him on from just the precise angle to get him to stay on the stud and not get my finger stuck. Okay. And now that we're setting the scene, we can raise the parasols back up. Actually, Ariel's from the ocean, so let's put her over here on Moana's side. Or actually, she can even go between, and you can see Flounder peeking out. And now, with Rapunzel, she's already holding Pascal, so all we have to do is put her on the base. And she'll be over here in front of, like that. Yeah, so here's a nice little spread of the ladies. Let's move them a little closer to the camera because we have the space to do so. Let's not lose Isabela, who, unlike everyone else, doesn't really have a display stand. Actually, can we put her... We can attach her with this stud here, and she can stand behind her flowers. No, not behind her flowers. No, not a good idea. Let's see. What about this stud? Can we use this stud? No, she doesn't fit on that stud. What about no, that'll knock over this flower. I'm trying to see if there's a way to put her on the base. Not really. There's not really a space for her on the base. None of the studs are unobtruded. Maybe this one. No, but that knocks this flower out of alignment, so no. That doesn't, that's a no-go as well. Oh, well, so Isabella's gonna have to stand. Let's finish, let's finish the arrangement though. Let's get Moana a bit closer to the camera as well. There's Moana. We can move Ariel closer to Moana's like that. And there you go. With that's we need to put Isa back into view. And there you go. That's our 4 leading ladies for tonight. Rapunzel, Isabela, Ariel, and Moana. These flower pots are nice. I think I want to start getting some of the botanical sets and make more flower pots. But for now, this was a fun series of builds. But we've been going 4.5 hours. There's no music to listen to tonight, so I'll definitely be continuing my collection of the Disney leading ladies. There's plenty of really good Disney princess sets out there that I want to get into my Lego Disney collection. There's also some non-princess sets that I want to get into my Lego Disney collection. So we'll see how Disney is one of the things. Disney, like Star Wars, is one of the things I sprinkle in a little bit rather than being a featured theme on my channel. But now that I have the Maleficent Dragon, Elsa's Castle, and these 2 flower pots, I definitely see my Lego Disney collection. Oh, and of course, the miniature Disney World Castle, my first Lego Disney set. So yeah, I definitely see my Lego Disney collection continuing to expand slowly in between collecting other series that I have more of a focus on. I'm planning to expand my Jurassic collection in the fall. I was going to do it over the summer, but my budget collapsed, so I want to focus on the more immediate things. There's one specific Star Wars set I want to do on one specific day in July, which is a personal anniversary for me. And other than that, I don't really have plans to buy anything else until the new Speed Champions and Mario sets come out in August. But I still have plenty of Mario sets. I have 7 Mario streams in my build queue, as well as one quick little miscellaneous set that'll save for a short stream. So I still have a lot in my build queue, though it's mostly just Mario now. And we'll be doing some more Lego Star Wars, and later this summer when the Speed Champions cars come out, we'll be revisiting Speed Champions with the 6 new cars. I skipped the January wave because it was all F1 cars, and 2 of the cars were like remakes of cars that they just did, and the cars mostly all look the same from the outside except color schemes and stickers, and I wasn't feeling the January wave of F1 Speed Champions. The 3 Speed Champions F1 cars that I have are good enough for me, but we have 6 new cars coming out in August, including the 3rd Fast and Furious movie car. This time that one is a girl character driving it, so be interesting to see how her car looks. And then there's a 2-pack, and then there's 3 other single cars coming out in August, if I remember correctly. And I think we're getting our first Gen 2 Bugatti. So it'd be nice to join the other Italians with the Pagani and the 4 Ferraris. So we'll see what happens with Speed Champions in August. We'll definitely be continuing Disney, but Disney here and there. That's not a dedicated theme on the channel, but it is one that I am gradually collecting. So yeah, this was a fun pair of builds. I hope to see you for some game streams this week, and hopefully next weekend I can get some of these Mario stuff out of the way. I have four multi-set Mario streams, and I also have three of the big boss level sets. Yes, I got in my build queue right now the Bowser train, the Bowser airship, and the Dry Bowser castle. I did not yet secure the original Bowser castle because for some reason the instructions for those are missing online, and that was before the Mario sets were packaged with in-box paper instructions. So I wouldn't be able to build it if I had it. So we'll get that set once I can find instructions. Everything else that's out right now is kind of redundant. Um, so still not sure whether I want to get the other version of Peach's Castle, but there's a character exclusive to it. There is a new wave of Mario sets coming out in August. Wario's coming out in August. So Wario will appear in Lego Mario for the first time. That's really exciting. I'm rambling now. These flowers are pretty. The dancing boxes are pretty. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Hopefully for some game streams this week if I can get going with streaming again. Good night.